This is Jazz Canada on CBC Music.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Tech Builders 2026. My name is Beatriz Natali, founder of Smart Goose Academy, and I will be your MC for the day. You are at CBC today, and just right outside this building, the FIFA World Cup is happening in our city. This is not a coincidence. Toronto is a place where the world comes to build things, and today is no different. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that we are gathered today on the territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people. This land is covered by Treaty 13 and remains home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We honor their enduring connection to this land and their contributions, past, present, and future. Looking around this room, I see more than founders, investors, and ecosystem leaders. I see people who choose to build. Because building a startup is an act of courage. It means seeing possibility where others see uncertainty. It means creating solutions before the world even realizes it has a problem. And perhaps that is what brings us together today. The belief that the future is not something we wait for, but something that we choose to build intentionally. I've had the privilege of being a part of this conference since 2019 and serving as an MC for the past 3 years. Every year, I'm reminded that what makes this community powerful is not just the ideas on stage, but the people in the room who continue to show up and build. It is important to pause here and recognize the partners who are not only supporting this event, but actively shaping the ecosystem we're all here to build. Tech Builders 2026 is supported by some remarkable organizations. Thank you to Marks & Clark for their continued commitment to the innovation community. Thank you to Dentons for supporting founders at every stage of their journey. Thank you to JDL Immigration for helping global talent land in this ecosystem. Thank you to Northeastern University for bridging academia and entrepreneurship. And thank you to Startup Here Toronto and City of Toronto for believing that the city is the right place for this conversation. And none of this would exist without the vision behind it. It is my absolute honor to welcome the founder and CEO of Global Startups, a true trailblazer who has built more than an impactful organization, but a community that continues to elevate founders, connect ecosystems, and create real impact across borders. The one and only Miriam Lazarte.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 12th edition of the Global Startups Conference. So 10 years ago, I stood in a room very different, not very different from this one, convinced that the best thing I could do for this ecosystem was to build something that connected people that had ideas with people who had capital and experience. And today, I still believe that. This has been a year that tested all of us. The market has been tough. Founders have been navigating real headwinds. And organizations like ours have felt that way too. None of that is a secret in this room, but we are here, and that means something. Look around this room, and then look outside these doors. Toronto is hosting the world right now. The energy of the World Cup is in this city, and it belongs to us too. That is not a small thing. It's a signal that Canada is on the map, that people are watching, and what it gets built here over the next 3 years will matter for the next 30. The people in this room are not here because it's easy. You are here because you choose to build anyway. For many of you know that we are a non-for-profit organization, but we are not the kind that depends on government funding to survive. We depend on clients, exactly like startups we serve, which means that we feel it when the market slows down. We feel when every decision becomes an uphill battle. We know what is that weight carrying that weight too. and we carry it together. I want to take a moment to say something that I do not say enough to my team and my board. You have held this organization up when holding up requires something real. You show up when it was hard, when it was uncertain, and when most people will have a step back. I'm grateful for you in a way I cannot fully put into words. I started this 10 years ago because I noticed something. Founders from minority communities were not getting access to the same quality of programming that the rest of the ecosystem took for granted. That gap was not about talent, it was about access, and access changes everything. I know this personally. I'm an immigrant. I live the Canadian dream. I have seen with my own eyes that things are genuinely possible in this country. And I also know what it takes to keep going when things are not easy. Resilience is not a word that I use lightly. That is what this organization was built on, and that is what is keeping us here today. In 10 years, we have served over 300 companies. We have seen 2 reach unicorn level, not because of us. They were already amazing companies. We have seen many close doors and open new ones. We have seen founders and their families grow. We have seen businesses pivot when everything says stop. We have seen corporations that require a different kind of attention and earn it. And through all, we have seen a community that matters, that keeps their core together. That community is in this room today. The companies you will meet today are not in ideation. They are real businesses built by real people who choose this path knowing exactly how hard it is. We are proud to put 4 of them in front of you. Today, you are going to see Praxi, Infinite Harvest, Trency, and Burnt. We are grateful to the City of Toronto, Denton's Idea Mississauga, Marshall Clark, Northeastern University, Andrea Anders Inc., GSA Ventures, GDL Immigration for standing with us this year when standing with us requires something real. 10 years in, and I'm still betting for this ecosystem. I'm betting on this city, and I'm betting on every single one of you. Welcome to the conference. I hope you enjoy today.
Thank you, Miriam. Today, you will hear from 4 speakers in TED Talk Styles presentation, join a live podcast conversation with 2 of Canada's most respected investors, connect with peers and speed networking, and masterclasses. And if you have a pre-seed stage company, there is a dedicated summit happening in Room A this afternoon. As with every Global Startups Conference, we'll be closing the day at the CN Tower, which, fun fact, is also visible from the World Cup fan zones. So if you're wondering whether you're in the right place today, yes, I can guarantee you are, twice over. So let's get started. Please welcome to the stage our first speaker, and introducing him is Nikki Davey from Marks & Clerk.
Hi, yeah. My name's Nikki Davey, as she said, and I'm with Marks & Clerk. We are an incredibly proud sponsor of this conference this year. We are an international intellectual property boutique, and so we help small companies, mid-sized companies protect their intellectual property, such as patents, trademarks, and copyrights. So if you have any questions about that later, come see our booth. So now we'll get on to our first speaker. Our first speaker today leads industry partnership at one of Canada's most important AI research organizations. As Director of Industry Development at Vector Institute, he works with world-leading corporations accelerating their adoption of AI tools and platforms. Please welcome Warren Ali.
Morning, everyone. Well, I was hoping that I could be the one that would break the news today. The title of my presentation is AI Adoption is a Team Sport, and the theme that I was going to use is soccer, and I was hoping to break the news that the World Cup is being hosted here in Toronto. And unfortunately, it seems like everybody already knows that, and the MC and our host today already broke the news. So I'm already starting behind the 8 ball a little bit, but hopefully this presentation at least builds on the energy that we've seen both in the city as well as with the hosts and speakers to date. So for me, I grew up a little bit different in Canada, whereas most young kids probably started as their first organized sport in hockey. Mine was soccer. My pops is from Trinidad, so it's not a place. See, this is what's fantastic about Toronto. You could say pretty much every country, and no matter what, as long as there's an audience of more than 2 people, you're going to have somebody cheering for that country here. So obviously, from an island nation, it's probably not conducive to ice sports, so I started very early in playing soccer, and it was one of those things that has stayed with me my entire life. Like, literally, all my best friends who are essentially family and brothers to me, I met playing soccer, and we still play to this date. Not as effective and as fast as we might have been in our younger days, but still, we still maintain a high degree of standards when we're playing. But my love for the sport really started with my dad. You know, he grew up in a time where the World Cup was, you know, you didn't have TV, you didn't have all those things to really broadcast the sport, but it really started getting fame when, you know, you started getting some of those superstars. And the first one that resonated with the world was Pele, and, you know, those 3 World Cups that he won from a very young age really started elevating the sport. Some of the work that he did when he moved to the North American Soccer League started bringing that here to Canada and the U.S. And so the sport was pretty strong growing up as a kid, but definitely my pops' love for the game and getting me into these organized sports is what got me started playing the game for sure. And the one thing that kept me going, and I think it's pretty much the same for every young person these days, is, you know, it's not just parents pushing you. That doesn't necessarily win the day, if you will, but it's parents showing up. And, you know, it's showing up for everything, even the less glamorous things like driving to away tournaments or taking you to practice every night after a long, hard day of work and never missing a game and always being there on the sidelines, even coaching me in my early years, showing up all the time. It really helped give you that confidence and support, knowing that no matter what, you have those people behind you. And so this taught me that leadership matters, but also, especially playing amongst friends and family, no one wins alone, whether it's on a field playing soccer or whether you're trying to work with your team and with your organization to adopt AI. So the lesson from soccer is the same lesson organizations are learning with AI too. You don't win alone. So just like when you're playing sports, you know, there's issues early on that sometimes lead to those challenges to get really moving. The overlap that we can see is that some of the challenges that people are facing now with AI is, will AI replace me? Sometimes there's a little bit of confusion as to what are the priorities, what are the things that we're working on. Sometimes there's a feel of loss of control, because all these tools and platforms are coming out now and you're just expected to weigh in and play into it. So new tools do not automatically create new behavior. In soccer, they have 11 players on the field. And depending on the coach, depending on the country, depending on the level of skill of the players, everybody has some sort of a different formation. And once you set up a formation and you get people learning a certain style and learning their role in the game, it's not as easy as you may think to switch. You know, you think, okay, well, some people are going to play defense, some people are going to play in the midfield, some people are going to play attack. But making subtle changes in formation or personnel, it requires adaptation, it requires understanding, And it requires still that ability and confidence to actually execute when changes are having to be made. Sometimes those changes come as a result of maybe somebody getting injured or somebody new that's been infused into the team being asked to provide a certain spark. Sometimes it's changes the other team is making. Maybe they have somebody who happens to be 6'5" coming on the field. It's probably not the best thing if you're going to put them up against somebody who's maybe 5'7". So you may have to make some adaptations for those kinds of things. Or maybe it's somebody that's fast as lightning coming on. You probably don't want to put a cart horse next to a racehorse and hope that they can keep up. So you have to make those changes. And so, one of the things that's important is you got to be able to learn, and success will always depend on practice and repetition to build that confidence. So what has soccer taught me? My dad was my first coach, as I mentioned. He taught me about leadership. He taught me about what it means to be a player, which is you have to be consistent. You have to constantly be putting in those reps, whether you're on a good team or a bad team, whether you are winning or you're losing, whether the other team on the other side is fantastic or not. You have to put the same level of effort because it's the consistency that's going to show up when you play. You don't just turn up when the games matter most. You don't just mail it in if the game doesn't seem as important. It's that consistency that will give you that confidence and the comfort no matter what the situation is. So you don't just have to learn the skills, you have to be able to have the confidence to implement them. So this taught me one of the key things about AI, leaders have to show up. When you're adopting as an organization, it must come from the top down. You must be the champion of the change that's coming. You have to be able to set the goals, you have to be able to set the direction, you have to be able to make the decisions on what kinds of resources, how much investment, what are the priorities, what are some of the things that we are going to internalize and build to maintain our own competitive advantage, the thing that's made us a really great company, and what are the things we're going to partner, or what are the things we are going to buy from the market in order to get us moving forward. People understand and people adopt what they experience, especially when they are doing it repeatedly. And so you have to think about AI as a very much of a long-term transformation that's going to be continuing over and over again, and there'll be changes along the way because there's definitely nothing set in stone. So it's being able to build up that flexibility and that adaptability in your team to be able to continuously learn and make changes as new things come along. So what are some of the real barriers that people have had to overcome? Well, in soccer, sometimes you have to be able to learn how to do things differently. Most of us have a dominant side, whether it's a left foot or a right foot, left hand or a right hand. So sometimes you have to be able to learn to be as equally skillful with both feet in order to play a specific role on the field. If you have to move from the left side to the right side, and you notice I put left side and right side, left side, right side. This is my right hand, this is my left hand. So sometimes I want to make sure that people understand that I'm not being crazy here. But the left side and the right side is a very different type of feel and a different type of game. And you have to be able to position your body in certain ways to be able to receive the ball and pass the ball and read the field. And so being able to learn some of these new skills is going to be important. So you have to be able to not go in fearing what kind of change is there, but that's definitely a real barrier. Sometimes there's lack of clarity. You may get set up in a way on the field, and you're expecting you're going to be having to play a more attacking role from one position to another. But if you're not sure, you may be playing too high up the field and exposing yourself on the defensive side. Same thing. If you're not really clear on the use cases and what's being prioritized or what we are building internally and what is going to be accessed from external sources, you're not really sure how much level of work you need to be able to do to affect that change versus what some of your partners may have to do. Training for sure. If you are going to practice and there's not a lot of discipline or the coach doesn't really have a plan for you, you're really just going to be running around wasting time. They say practice makes perfect, is perfect practice makes perfect. If you're not practicing the right things constantly and continuously, and you're practicing bad habits, the bad habits will show up in the game. Also, as we mentioned, leadership comes from the top. When it comes to AI, there's a lot of changes that are going to have to be made for governance and how organizations are structured with their data, what they do with it, how they protect it, how they secure it, how they prepare it and use it for within AI workflows. It's the same thing. If you don't have good leadership on the soccer field and players are playing undisciplined or running from one side to another, you're having to have other people make all those adjustments in game to make up for somebody else that's going off script. So definitely you need very strong governance and you need very strong leadership. Anything that's weak or inconsistent standards is definitely going to affect the performance. And then sometimes there's going to be misalignment between the leadership ambition and the actual frontline reality. What does that mean? Everybody wants to win the World Cup. Everybody thinks no matter when we go on the field, we're going to be able to, play really well. Sometimes that actually it's hard to achieve. If you're playing against a really, really good team, the likelihood that you're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with them and win the game, pretty challenging. Most recently in this World Cup, we had Cape Verde playing against Spain. Spain, one of the top teams. Everybody expected Spain to run them over. The game ended up 0-0. The goalie had a worldie of a game. Apparently, he went from, and again, this is a younger generation sometimes, but he went from tens of thousands of followers to over 2 million followers on Instagram after the result of one game, literally standing on his head. He's the oldest World Cup goalie to ever play. So, your future is never written for you. You have to go out there and play. So that's one of the unique stories that came from this. So, you have to be able to realize what talent you have on the field and play to your strengths depending on what the opposition or the competition says. So what works? You got to start with some meaningful use cases. If I were to translate this on a soccer field, if we were just getting started, you don't go out there expecting to try to score 5 and 6 goals a game. Scoring a goal in soccer, despite people saying, look at how big the net is and look how much space there is one of the hardest things you could possibly do. So before you go out there and trying to impress on the offensive side, you really got to shore up your defense. And that's probably the same thing if you're going to be advancing an AI adoption plan within your organization. You want to start on a very small subset of use cases that are really playing to the strengths of your organization, that are very internal, that are very secure and aligned with what you're trying to do before you try to do something that's more ambitious, before you try to take on the world and go out there and win the World Cup. You want to be able to make sure you can win the local games first, because if you don't win the local games, you don't qualify to the bigger stages to then eventually get to the World Cup. You want to be able to make AI visible, practical, and tied to real work. You don't want to try to keep it discreet and away from the world. You want to be able to make sure everybody understands that this is something that's going to be important for our organization, and we are putting the resources in play. We are actually building this adoption. You don't want it. So it's basically tied to transparency. You want to train people like athletes. They say sometimes the best players don't make the best coaches, which is probably true. There's a communication thing, there's a leadership quality, but definitely when it comes to being a coach in the early years, you have to be able to have some of the basic skills and be able to exhibit it so that those younger people who are learning from you, they know how to do it. I can't tell you the amount of times my pops would get frustrated. It's just like, okay, you have to plant your foot this way. You have to swing your foot this way. You have to keep your head down. You have to keep your knee over the ball if you want to keep it low. And all the time I'm like, you mean I just got to do this? No, it had to be much more than that. And so you have to be able to demonstrate it, but then you have to be able to practice it. You have to be able to give constructive feedback so people are learning and developing. And then you have to be able to repeat that. Almost as important as everything, you have to have trust. You have to have trust. You have to put guardrails, transparency, and accountability in place. That was one of the good things growing up. We had a whole bunch of kids I'm from the east end of Toronto in Scarborough, so we had a really interesting community there of West Indian kids that we all grew up with some, some Europeans as well, but in my group, it was a small group of West Indian kids, and we were all playing together. And so there was a level of trust and comfort because, our fathers and mothers knew each other. We went to some of the same schools, so we all grew up like a neighborhood. And so we basically established our own guardrails, because that was one thing. You mess up in a West Indian community, you don't only get the problems from your own parents, your best friends' parents are the ones that, I can't believe that you did this. And even if we didn't do it, if my friends did something wrong, just because I'm associated with them, I'm getting the same licks as they are. So you have to be able to put your own guardrails in place, and you have to be accountable. And finally, you celebrate your small wins so you can start building momentum. Let's look at Canada's World Cup journey. They first made it to the World Cup back in '86. Didn't do too well, didn't score any goals, didn't get any victories. They had some progress along the way. In 1999, we won the first ever Gold Cup. For those who come from Europe, it's the same thing as when you win the Euros or when you win the Copa Libertadores in South America. We won the North America and the Americas version in 1999. A couple of my friends were on that team. So we were building some success. The last World Cup, again, we didn't win the game, but we got our first goal. And this World Cup, Canada got its first point. So you kind of got to start celebrating and building this momentum to see what works. The last thing I want to leave you is, the most important thing to understand is, while technology may change the game, people win it. So if you're going to be doing this, you have to make sure that whatever AI plan you have, it has a people-first approach. At Vector Institute, we have a series of trust and safety principles. Our first one, AI must be for people and the planet first. And with that, thank you very much. For Canada, let's go. Allons-y, vamos. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Warren. A remarkable reminder that AI adoption is not a solo sport. It's built on teams, trust, and a shared direction. Before our next talk, we have a pitch from one of our competing companies. Please welcome Luis Ortiz from IHT.
Good morning. My name is Luis Ortiz. I'm the founder and CEO of Infinite Harvest Technologies. And I'm here to tell you, as a food processing company, how your waste is actually costing you more than you think, and how IHT can help you reduce costs, stay compliant, and protect market access. The hidden cost of food waste is really hidden there. People only care about what they pay for disposal, and this is typically a transportation and tipping fee issue. But there are many other costs hidden here that you are not aware of it. Processing inefficiencies that are created, lost value. You got the product, you grow it, and now you're paying to dispose it. This is like a crazy inefficiency in your process. And finally, reporting blind spots that are creating within the supply chain for your company. But this is getting worse. There are three forces now that are making this a necessity for you to solve. First, Ontario, for example, has implemented landfill bans, and then you cannot throw organic waste into the landfills anymore. The government of Canada has set up $170 per metric ton of CO2 emissions by 2030. 3 years from now, this is going to be the cost of carbon credit because of the emissions. And finally, the Scope 3 emissions by supply chain producers in Europe and around the world are making food processing companies creating the need for them to become compliant. So this is not only sustainability, this is actually a commercial competitiveness gap for you as a company. Our solution as a company is what we call Box for Rent. This is one-step solution that reduces costs, help you in traceability, and help you stay compliant. The solution is very, very simple. We go on site. It's a fully managed service. It's a data-driven solution, and it's powered by insects. Insects are nature's biodigester, and we are using it in a very economic and efficient way. This is economical because eliminate transportation costs for you. It's scalable. We can grow from 20 tons to about 120, 50 tons on site, and it's very efficient. We do this process in about 10 days with a high reduction mass of the waste. It's very simple. You put the waste in, similar to what your process is today. We add the larva, which is our process, and at the end of the process, we harvest the insects and we sell them into different markets for feed, fertilizers, and we only as well get the data that we produce for you. So in essence, there are 4 reasons why you should be choosing IST. First, you're saving in transportation costs. It's about $2,000 per month per unit. It's a very quick process. It's 94% less emissions generated by this process than by throwing this into the landfill, and it costs you $0 extra to your process. So the ROI is very, very clear. Let's say that you save 30% on your disposal costs. You add to this the liability of $170 for CO2 that is coming by 2030. So you are saving 2 times your margin by implementing IST today. So the next step is simple. Let's assess your costs, your volume, and your reporting gaps. Let's quantify that. Let's make it tangible, how much money this is costing you, and let's act. IST can pilot the solution for you and scale from there once you're ready. So let's make insects turn your waste costs into value. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Now, to introduce our next speaker, we have coming to stage Sean Del Giallo from Dentons. So,
hi, everyone. Our next speaker built a company to $30 million in annual recurring revenue with a 30-person team and no paid marketing. He is the co-founder and CTO of Stan, and today he's going to tell you exactly how he did it. Please welcome Vitaly Dodonov.
I just flew back from New York a couple weeks ago, where myself and my co-founder moved into an Airbnb for a couple weeks and launched a brand new product to thousands and thousands of people after 2 weeks of building. We've done it for the 3rd time, and every time I tell people the story of us launching products, they always say, it's like, well, Vitaly, hey, easy for you to launch the products. There's so many people watching. Someone is always going to come. And I think about it, and I realize that that's exactly right. As a matter of fact, I can launch any product today in this space and have thousands of people try it and use it. And if it's great, tell their friends about it. The reason I can do that now is because I spent the last 5 years building the personal brand and reputation and audience, my own distribution, that allows me to do things like that. And my hope today is to give you a playbook, a way for you to do the exact same things for the company that you will hopefully build one day or already might be building. Let me tell you a bit about my company. It's called Stan. We exist to help anyone work for themselves. We've been around 5 years. We built a business to 30 million ARR with a team of less than 30 people. There was a point in time where we crossed $1 million in annual revenue per employee, a metric that I'm very proud of. A metric that I'm even more proud of is, as the result of the work that we've done, thousands and thousands of people made over $600 million working for themselves and living the life on their own terms. And if there's one thing in common that allowed us to get there, it's a single thing. We've succeeded at hiring top 1% people. Now, when you do hire top 1% people, the question then is, what are you going to do with them? And here's what most founders get wrong. This thing on the right-hand side, that I frankly don't know how to pronounce the shape of, is what most companies try to achieve. They hire a lot of people, they put them all in the room, they try to have them collaborate, strategize, work together. We need to grow, we need to hire, all of the traditional stuff. What happens when you get a lot of people in the room? They talk, and they strategize, and they debate, and they have disagreements, and they do all the traditional collaboration things. And broadly, that's great. But what I've learned over the last 5 years is that if you're able to architect your company closer to what we have on the left-hand side, what happens when you have 3 people in the room? There's no time for talking. Everyone has huge scope and a lot of work to do. And if the mission is clear and where you're trying to go is inspiring for everyone, that team significantly outperforms larger teams. I'm a firm believer that small teams outperform, and that's the core principles behind us achieving $30 million in revenue with a team of less than 30 people. How many people in the room tried to launch their personal product and bring it into the world? By the raise of hands. Good amount, 40%. How many people feel that the launch went better than expected and everyone was excited to try this? Not many hands going up. When I launched my first product, on the day of the launch, I got 10 customers, 3 customers. 2 of them were my parents, who were very supportive of me trying to do something of my own. And unfortunately, that's the reality for most of us. Why does that happen? Building is easy. Distribution is hard. The reason we struggle so much is because many of you here have wonderful ideas. Many of you are experts in your area of expertise, and you have brilliant founder vision of the technology, or not even technology, but the product that should exist in the world. The problem is that many of us don't have attention, audience, and distribution of enough people to care about that. So when we come to the world and we try to bring something to market, we are kind of screaming into the echo chamber. No one is there to listen. I want to tell you a story that my co-founder and I created a year ago. We flew to London and launched a product in 14 days that brought $100,000 of revenue on the day of the launch. This is the LinkedIn post that I've done on the day of the launch. You can see that this is for the product called Stanley, AI head of content that helps everyone get better at the content game and building their own distribution. If you look at the engagement, 1,500 people engaged with it, a couple thousand people commented. Big fraction of those people become paid customers. And the misconception is many people think it's like, well, you just go build something, you make a post like that, you put a pretty picture in front of Big Ben, and everyone goes sign up. That's not what happens at all. This is post number 16 out of the 2-week sprint where we posted every single day. When I'm talking about building in public and building your own distribution, it's important to understand consumer psychology of why they ever buy something from you. And it's important to anchor ourselves in the humble reality that when you're trying to start something, most of us are a no-name founder trying to build a no-name company, getting a lot of people to care. How do you get people to care? You get people to care to consistently creating content on social media of your choice and continuing to tell your story, your why, your reasons for why you're trying to do what you do. When we moved into our London apartment that was absolutely empty, the first thing that we did, we bought a table and we just posted it. It's like, hey, we just moved in, we flew in from Los Angeles and from Toronto. We are doing some shopping, we are getting ready to start. Day 2. We have not decided what to work on yet, but this is the problem we are very passionate about. At the time, we were very passionate about building technology for LinkedIn to make it easier for people, for founders and entrepreneurs to create content telling about their stories. We don't know what we are doing, but we are sharing this as we go, as we are figuring this out. By the time you are on post 16, what happens is you don't have a product, you don't have testimonials, you don't have nothing that will tell anyone that your product is any good. But what you do have is trust with people who followed along the journey, who believe and cheer you on as a founder who is trying to build something remarkable. And that's why they buy from you. And that's how we got to close $100,000 in sales on the day of the launch. Once you truly grasp the power of content and you embrace the notion of how much power you get to harness when you establish your personal undeniable brand, the power dynamic shifts. Many of you who are in sales, who are trying to close customers, B2B clients, distribute your B2C products, hiring is a big topic for founders. So much effort goes into us going out there, hustling, cold DMing, calling, asking for introductions. Imagine the switch. There is a powerful analogy that we talk about internally at Stan that's called Golden City in the Jungle. When you get to own a golden city in the jungle, you don't go hunting. Hunters come to you, they bring food in exchange for shelter and comfort. In order for you to win at this, what you want to do, you want to build a golden city in the jungle. That golden city in the jungle being your personal undeniable brand. So when you want to go and launch your own product, all you have to do is to say that, hey, this is what I'm working on, this is what I'm launching, I would love you to try it. Hundreds and thousands of people are going to come to you on day one, and it's like, hey, because you built it, I'm looking forward to doing this. Many people in Toronto, and increasingly around the world, have heard about our company, Stan. Why is that? 85% of my employees, slightly over 50, post on LinkedIn at least once a month. People know about what we are doing, not because of brilliant marketing, not because we have billboards, not because we have any form of the traditional advertising. People know about us because every single person who works at Stan has developed a habit of building in public and sharing the story. This is what I'm working on, this is what I'm thinking, this is a story that I had interacting with the customer, this is the product problem I've solved. All of that builds trust. All of that builds trust with your people. All of that taps into the networks that you as a company don't have access to, but your employees have access to personally. And it creates this undeniable personal brand for people who are part of the journey, as well as for your company as a whole, as a conglomeration of all the activity that's out there. So I want to leave you with this. Building is easy, distribution is hard. Incredibly hard. And most people don't spend enough time creating their distribution. For founders in the room, there will be time where you're going to go and launch the product that you've been working for months, for years on. The real question then is going to be, who is going to be there for you on day one to try it? So I encourage all of you to start building your audience now. So when the big day comes, you're going to have a launch moment that is going to exceed your own expectations. I promise you it will be worth it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vitaly. 30 million in ARR, a lean team, and 0 paid marketing. If you're taking notes, I hope your pen still has ink. Now, for the second startup competing here on the pitch, please welcome to the stage Alceli Barroso from Proxy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alceli. I'm the CEO and founder of Proxy. Take a look at these images. What do you feel? What do you see? Stress, burning out, digital distraction? Yes. It costs $1 trillion per year in cost for a global economy. And for the companies, disengagement, less productivity, lost profitability. So to solve a big problem, we bring a big team. We are former executives for big techs that with a deep expertise in cloud computer, cybersecurity, data, AI, design, human development, and psychology. I work as a chief of staff or a general manager of a big tech. So I saw our clients facing challenges to engage their teams. And at the other side, I saw how the employees struggle to balance work and life. Because at the end of the day, we are one at work and at home. We build a solution, a gamified solution with a responsible AI first, to help people to self-reflect about their lives and create a personalized journey to growth, and with action plans. Everything in an encrypted vault that only them can see. So we believe that when people take time for themselves, they can grow. So science shows that micro-reflections, daily micro-reflections can change lives. We can increase the self-awareness, and with increasing self-awareness, we can grow. And the companies can bring benefits to their employees when they do this, and you can increase your engagement. So our first users are internationally. We are internationally with Level Group, industry leader in procurement, supply chain, and risk management. And also CX Hub, the CEO of CX Hub is here if you want to talk, Sergio Frias. So we believe that we can help the employees to succeed. So we cannot change, definitely, in the age of AI, uncertainty. But we definitely can help people to navigate uncertainty. So I'll be here with my CTO, Sergio Loza, during the day. If you are a mid-sized company or a large-sized company and you want to help your employees, we are here for you. We are Praxi. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elsalie. Now, to introduce our next speaker, let's welcome David Comtois from JDL Immigration.
Good morning, everyone. Pleasure once again this year to be present here on behalf of JDL Immigration and to sponsor this event. JDL Immigration is a boutique immigration advisory firm, basically assisting a lot of entrepreneurs, investors, founders through their immigration pathway to Canada. And now it is my pleasure to welcome our next speaker. So she has spent over 20 years building high-performance teams inside of some North America's fastest-growing startups. A multi-chief people officer and founder of 5 to 9 Society. She is here to talk about what most leadership teams are still getting wrong. Please welcome Christine Song.
Hi, everyone. How are you all? Good, because I heard it was going to rain today and it didn't, so we're all very lucky. I would love to see a show of hands of who are the founders in the room. Ooh, that's a lot. How many investors do we have here? Okay, I see a lone guy here. And how many operators in the room? Okay, great. We got a few there. So I'm going to share a story today that's going to be of interest to all of you. So here we go. I remember 10 years ago, I watched a man screaming at a kid. The office was open concept. You know what I'm talking about. There were no walls. And the kid was an IT support person. He had his headset on. He was hunched over at his desk. And he had worked through lunch because we were short-staffed. And this person, this man, was the founder and CEO. And he was hovering over this kid and just losing it. 0 to 100 seconds, just like that. And I remember standing there stunned. The room went silent, as it does. And this guy standing next to me kind of nudged over to me and said, "Uh-oh, Dad's mad again." And that was the inside joke, almost as if this was just the norm. So it was like the weather, as if this was the climate of how we're working. I had joined this company a few weeks ago, and I was fairly new. I was hired as a head of HR, and it was a startup. It was a tech company. And as I started working through the weeks and days, I started noticing something. People were tiptoeing around the office. It was very silent when the CEO was around. And I remember starting to see the signs of something was off. Even if I went into the lunchroom, I saw people who were on their lunch break, and they were literally sobbing, just crying, weeping in the corners. And I thought, what is going on here? And the funny thing is, I felt it too. A week into me joining the company, I remember I was on a call with this founder, and we're debating something, and he probably didn't like what I was saying because I wasn't agreeing with him, and I heard a click. And I realized, wow, this grown man hung up the phone on me. So here's the thing. This is not a story about temper. I don't want all of you to leave here today and go, oh, she told us a story about an angry man. That's not the point. The real point is there are CEOs out there that I worked with who were very kind, very calm, gentle, and they still had the same problem as well. And that problem is that they were at the top, never really receiving the feedback that they needed. And so they had created this world within their mind where everything they said was right, and they kind of blocked out all the noise. And this is where they're in the danger zone. This was a CEO that no one wanted to tell the truth to. So what happened? We were a small company, we're kind of plugging along, people learned to kind of work around this CEO's mood. And then we raised, and investors were offering us capital. So what do you do when you get offered capital? You've got to level up. So we started hiring, we started growing, we shipped faster, we're leveling up, and we did the thing that most companies do at that point in their career. We basically went out there and started building out an executive team. We hired people that had tons of experience, they had great logos on their resume, and they were really bought in. They wanted to work at this company. But soon they felt it. The first fist on the boardroom table, the first roar across the room, and you know that kind of anger that makes your head spin. And one by one, they started coming to me. One by one, they thought I was the one that could manage him. I'm the one that could get him to listen. I'm the one that could change his behavior. That's one person, me. And I try to encourage these people to speak up. You need to give feedback, you're a leader, you've got to do, the things that I'm doing as well. But it always came to me, and I felt like I was the one who was always kind of facing the storm. And so inevitably, what happened? People started leaving. And so we started having leaders leaving, and the board started hearing about it. They started seeing the numbers and the turnover. And what did they say? So what? He gets mad once in a while. They just shrugged their shoulders and thought it was no big deal. And so they didn't listen to all the feedback, and they didn't look at the numbers, and they really didn't care. They thought it was not such a big deal until it happened to them. Until this CEO sat in their boardroom on their turf, and he got mad at them. And let me tell you, the CEO is 6'4", and when you're sitting down at a boardroom table and he's screaming at you like this, it's quite a thing to look at. And so I remember that one of the board members said to me after that day, he said, Christine, I was genuinely scared for my life. Like, this was a grown man saying he was scared of this other man. And so only when it affected them did they decide that they had to do something about it. And they had come to the decision that giving him feedback now was too late. He had been in this role for too long. He had kind of built up his power. And they kind of had to discuss what would happen. And over the next 3 months, they decided to eliminate him from the company. And that is a travesty to me, because the way I see it is, he didn't lose the company because he was cruel. He lost the company because he was uncorrected. All the people that could have given him the feedback chose not to, because he had devised this world where you just couldn't do it. And the reality is, the people that wanted to give him the feedback were scared. Why? Because the way the system worked was, if you were the one who caught him on a bad day, you'd probably lose your job. And so everyone was trying to preserve themselves. And this is how it starts building a world where it's very silent at the top. So I've worked in a number of startups since then, mostly venture-backed, mostly for tech companies. And I've worked with many founders. And the sad thing is that this isn't something that just happened once. In my career, I've seen about 3 founders get removed from their positions. And so I want to leave you with 3 things, 3 lessons. Number 1, this is for the founders. The truth stops where the power starts. And the reality is, if you're at the top and you hold the most power, you're going to get the least amount of information. And that's not because people are cowards and they don't want to tell you the truth. They're trying to preserve themselves. And sometimes when they say things that a founder or CEO doesn't want to hear, they might get booted out. and they've probably seen it before. And so to founders, I say, when everyone agrees with you, that's not a good thing. It's not safety. It's actually the most dangerous moment you have when there's silence in a company. And for the operators out there, the ones who believe that they're the ones who are always speaking the truth, it's nothing to be proud of. You're actually exposed. And what I would be doing is wondering, why am I the only one doing this, and why is everyone else so quiet? The second lesson is, for founders, your peers will protect your blindness, not break it. And I'm talking about a lot of founders usually hang around with other founders. And so this CEO did the same thing. The only problem was those other founders knew what he was like. They knew his reputation. But none of them ever told him that to his face. They just kind of shrugged their shoulders and went, you know the way he is, as if it were some sort of personality quirk. This is someone running the company. And so I say, for founders, choose the person who's actually going to tell you the ugly truths to your face. Protect them. Make sure that you listen. And you know what? When it stings, reward them. And I want you to know that the people who like you the most are the least likely to save you. These are your founder friends. The reason why is when founders get together in founder circles, it kind of feels like truth-telling, but it's actually not. It's mutual reassurance. And that's because we validate one another, because when it's our turn, we want you to give us the same grace. The third lesson is a founder no one corrects is a risk no one is pricing. And this is for the investors out there. Don't just fund your founder. Don't just fund the company, but be the last person who can always speak the truth for them. Because at the end of the day, the greatest thing that you could do is to elevate a founder to become a true CEO. And that's your ultimate goal, because your relationship with that founder is going to go beyond 10 years. And so you may as well start now. Ensure that you're the last one that could still speak the truth no matter how hard it is. When things go wrong at a company and things fall apart, the founder or CEO always thinks that someone's going to come and tell them the truth, as if some truth teller is going to show up. And it doesn't work that way. If you've kind of built a system where people are told to put your head down and do your work, no one's going to come and try to save you. It's because that's how the infrastructure is built. And what you need to do is build it before you need it. And so this is something that I say to all founders. Try to build it and surround yourself with people who have nothing to gain by flattering you. So I eventually left that company, and when I look back at that chapter in my life, I always used to think of that CEO as a dragon. You know, the dragon that could breathe fire in your face, and he could end your career on a bad day. And I used to think he was dangerous because he was powerful, but I was wrong. In hindsight, when I look back, I think he was dangerous because he was living in his own version of the truth. And all the people that could have saved him chose not to because they didn't want to get burned. So what I say is, not one person, a person telling you a lie isn't going to end your company, but your company could be destroyed by 1,000 silences. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Christine. The conversation about leadership blind spots is not always comfortable, but it's always very necessary. For the next pitch on stage, please welcome Vinay Nair from Verdant.
A quick show of hands. How many have had a good breakfast today? And keep your hands up on if you know where it came from. That's exactly the problem which we are going to solve today. My name is Vinay Nair. I am the founder and CEO of Verdant. We've spent 20 years in tech and agri to realize, as we speak to agri businesses in terms of the data problem. There is a lot of data which actually comes from farm, supply chain, ERP. They don't talk to each other. And the reality is that agribusiness never actually have a complete view. That's what Verdant is set out to solve. It's a software platform which connects right from farm to fork on one source of truth and one version of truth of data, which each and every person in the agribusiness actually sees. So how does this all work? We basically capture data from soil, crop, farm, satellite imagery, weather, and they fuse it all together to convert them into actionable insights depending on what the agribusiness wants. What's more, we white label the complete technology because you trust the brand from which you buy your food, and you want to ensure that we run the technology in the background. So trust is very important when it comes to agri-food. Why do existing solutions fall short? Primarily because they all solve point problems. They solve problems which are related to farm, related to finance, but none of them talk to each other. That's what we are trying to build, a unified backbone. So basically, we capture everything from the farm all the way to supply chain and then connect it to the operations which is there. So one source of truth, one unified platform. We've done this multiple times. We're already running in 5 countries, 35 customers already running this live, both on the private as well as public side, reaching close to $1 million in ARR. So if you are somebody who actually invests in agri-food, come and talk to us. If you're somebody who knows an agri-business, who actually has a problem, talk to us. And if you know someone who needs it, our booth is outside. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinay. To introduce our final speaker, please welcome Maya Fleischman from Northeastern University.
Hello, everyone. Our closing speaker today has been building financial infrastructure since before most people knew what blockchain was. He has presented at the House of Commons, processed over 100 billion in transactions, and is now the CEO of Transactix, designing the rails for how value moves across Canada and the world. Please welcome Ali Abu Daya.
Hello, everyone. Now let's get this thing working. All right. In 1881, a man stood before a country that had just been formed and a project that had barely just started and said this statement: "Until this great work is completed, our dominion is a little more than a geographical expression." That was Sir John Macdonald on the Canadian Pacific Railway. Back then, the railway connected a number of distant places and formed them into an economy that could thrive. Every generation gets a project like this, a major project. That rail did not only unite the country, but for many generations to come, moves people, money, mail, and resources. Other projects like this have been the power network, the telecommunication infrastructure, the banking and payment networks. And our generation has a similar project. This project is what I hope by the end of this 15 minutes you'll see and you'll never stop seeing, because it touches deeply our sovereignty. Now, what's sovereignty? It's the ability to exercise control unilaterally over a specific domain. In some domains, sovereignty is a nice to have. But in domains such as money and monetary policy, sovereignty is critical, because money is one of the pillars of a nation's existence, and the erosion of sovereignty under those pillars will erode the nation itself. Now, with that backdrop, let's start talking about the project. Some of us this morning bought coffee, and unless you used cash, you probably tapped some form of payment to execute a transaction to exchange it for coffee. Now, that tap, while it took a few seconds, activated a series of checks and verifications that rely on technology that comes from multiple providers and multiple financial institutions. And in the world of finance, this is called plumbing. And why is it plumbing? It's because you never see it until it fails, and that's how it's supposed to operate. Most of this tech has been built over multiple generations, started in the 50s and 60s, and incrementally got upgraded into the 80s, 90s, and where we are today. Now, this plumbing is not perfect. It's leaky plumbing. Let's say you want to pay somebody $100. What happens is, as soon as the $100 goes into the pipes, all of those tech providers and institutions start collecting fees. And it's like drops that leave the plumbing, and then the receiver gets that $100 minus whatever fees were charged. They could be cents, and they could be percentages up to 5, 6, 7%, depending on the type of the transaction. And I would like for you to imagine with me a tray that collects all of these fees. Traditionally, plumbing talks just about the plumbing. However, as the technology is evolving, the plumbing, the currency, and the tray are all becoming the ledger. But I'll speak a little bit more about that in a bit. Now, why is this important? You look at drops that are falling on the tray, you think, how much could this be? It's a tiny puddle. But once you understand that, in Canada alone, $424 billion move through this plumbing every day, then that puddle is a lake. And the real question becomes, who holds the tray? If the technology is sovereign, if the financial institutions are domestic, we hold the tray. But as soon as we start having dependencies in any part of that chain, then we are leaking, our tray is leaking somewhere else, and it's very important to figure it out. Now, here's what's even more important. For the first, for payments, it's not just about fees, especially because everything is digital right now. It's also about data. Can you imagine how important it is to understand how money is flowing in an economy? It's a map of that entire economy. And every tap and transaction is a verification of identity. So the infrastructure of trust itself relies on this ledger and on this plumbing. And here's what's happening right now. For the first time in many, many generations, there is a strongly disruptive technology that is actually rebuilding the ledger from scratch. And that is blockchain. Some of the most conservative institutions in the world have become so bullish on the blockchain technology because of the efficiencies that it brings to the world in the form of tokenization. And a quick definition here, tokenization is the representation of an asset on the blockchain. So let's say you own a property. When you tokenize it, you represent it on a blockchain as a deed, and it enables you to transact it using Web3 technology. These new rails that are being built are programmable, they are instant, they are low cost, but most importantly, they are borderless. They are not bound by any borders. And the saying in our industry is, if it can be tokenized, it will. And I'm not the one who's saying this. The SEC chair in the United States said this last year, and he actually said, within 2 years, and that was last year, so 2027, within 2 years, we're going to see a significant move of value from the traditional technologies onto the blockchain, which means property, stocks, bonds, gold and silver, even oil. Some countries have been trading oil on the blockchain because of all the efficiencies that it generates. Now, because of tokenization, and because now the assets are not just living on paper, they live on the chain itself, we're no longer talking about plumbing. We're now talking about plumbing and the landlord. Because the assets that are tokenized, when they move, they generate fees, and that maps to the traditional plumbing that we talk about, but wherever they live, they pay rent. So the new modern ledger that the conservative financial institutions are coming onto is a landlord, it's a toll collector, and it's a record that everything that is owned by an economy. That economy on-chain today is somewhere between $30 and $35 billion. That's roughly the volume of tokenized assets on-chain today. It's projected to grow to anywhere between $4 and $16 trillion by 2030. And if everything that can be tokenized will be tokenized, that number goes up to 700 trillion and more of assets that live on purely electronic programmable technologies and need to be hosted within the right jurisdictions. For Canada, what does that mean? When everything's tokenized, this is roughly how much value lives in our economy. Around $11 trillion in homes, $6 trillion in stocks, similar in bonds, and everything else. It's about $35 trillion of Canadian assets are going to find their way on-chain one way or the other over the next 10 years. And let's do some conservative math, because we were estimating how much money flows through the pipes. If we just look at these tokenized assets and we take very, very conservative math, we consider that only 1% of these assets moves once a year, and it pays a 1% fee, we're looking at $3.5 billion annually in revenue that's going to get generated in the most conservative math possible. If you overlay all the use cases, and we've written about this, we look at $10 to $16 billion annually in generated revenue by this technology. Now, where's the issue and the risk? Most of these new ledgers right now are being built by a few private firms supported by open source developers. So there's open source technology, but the major adoption is happening in private firms. And naturally, the largest economy in the world is going to be the host of most of these firms. And if you recall the slide that I was showing, once we start relying on technology that is not ours, we're starting to leak from that tray elsewhere, because the fees that are being generated, parts of it are going to be collected by these other companies. And what could this lead to? The cloud. Two-thirds of the cloud providers, two-thirds of the cloud capacity of the world lives in one jurisdiction, in the US. Chips. The semiconductor supply chain, if you guys even followed it, it's a very fragile supply chain that's heavily dominated by two countries. SWIFT, Visa, and MasterCard. SWIFT was designed to be a censorship-resistant network. Today, there's one jurisdiction that heavily controls what goes on SWIFT. And this did not happen forcefully. It started from convenience, all of those. There was innovation somewhere, it started getting adopted, and as it got adopted, it became the de facto. And because we have an opportunity where everything is being built from scratch, now is the time to step back and think, do we want to repeat these scenarios or not? Now, I'm not here to scare you about anything, but I'm here to talk about the actual opportunity. If you've been observing the financial world today, there's a lot of volatility, uncertainty, and ambiguity that is brewing. And for us in Canada, this presents a unique opportunity in time. Because wherever you go, this is what we're viewed as. We're viewed as trustworthy, reliable, and dependable. And we're predictable in the best sense of the word. Now, if you recall tokenized assets, they are stores of value. They are representations of value on-chain. And they are borderless, which means capital can flow in and out of tokenized instruments much more freely than it does today. So this is where, in a turbulent world, our trustworthiness, our predictability and dependency, and dependability are an asset, because capital will find its way to where the grounds do not shift and everything is predictable. Now, how do we execute on that? I said trust and transparency. And the strongest thing we could do to signal our commitment to trust and transparency is to legislate laws around that. And laws that are translated through technical prowess that we've already shown. Some of the best blockchain technology in the world has been built in Canada already. And then we build this trust and transparency through the laws into our own rails. Now, I wanted to take this a step further as well. Why not offer a blueprint? So, like I said, these rails need to move data, identity, money, and tokenized assets. We can argue that it's all data, but let's give each one of them a flavor so that we can classify them into all the categories that basically move on these rails. Now, this is what we need to figure out how to host on these rails, and it's been done already. There's nothing new there. But what we need to do to execute on is we have to build on sovereign cloud, on servers that we control. We have to generate and create protocols that's our intellectual property. That's how it goes into our own sovereign design. We have to construct a network that has well-defined construction and membership. Laws are critical. How we legislate laws for these modern rails that are interoperable with the rest of the world. Governance, governance, governance with a long-term vision, but most important than all of this is people who are skilled to build it, run it, and expand it. And if you think it's too ambitious, well, we've done this before. The Pacific Railway, people had to bear the elements, maybe fight wolves in order to build these rails. What we have to do now is write code and make laws. We have a central bank that's highly renowned in the world, especially after the 2008 crisis and how we steered away from it. We have a dollar that is today 6% of the global trading economy. And we have a clearing system that processes $424 billion a day, and we barely know it exists because it's good plumbing. So we've done this before. And how we did it is we were intentional. And we designed for sovereignty. Now, what I'd like to leave you with is, when I frequently say sovereign, people start thinking walls and closing off and protectionism and forts. It is not that. Sovereignty is building rails that binds us to the others on terms that are favorable both for us and for them, with us retaining the ability to guard ourselves when we need. As I'm closing this, I see the project and where the future is going. Do you? Thank you.
Thank you, Ali. Sovereign by design, it's a principle worth carrying well beyond this room. Now for our next and last pitch competition, let's welcome to the stage Abbas Jaber from Trendsy.
This is how frustrating looking for a beauty and wellness products looks today. We are wasting hours doom scrolling, platform hopping, to find a genuine quality recommendation coming from a source that feels accountable. This isn't accidental. Tech platforms deliberately engineered noisy and chaotic feeds to maximize on ads. The result, we aren't deciding anymore on what we see, but a driven dollars volume algorithm is doing it. Human authentic discovery has been turned into transactional noise. This has created deep doubt and decision paralysis for shoppers. Creators are wasting authenticity for visibility. Incredible brands are being buried by whoever has the largest ad spend. This is a huge, massive market and human failure, driving $1.65 trillion in wasted economy on wasted ad spend, fake reviews, misleading discovery, and staggering returns. The current system does not reward quality products, but the loudest bidder in the room. It is time to rebuild this broken infrastructure. This is why we built Trendsy. It is pioneering relational commerce. Built on a strong AI infrastructure and responsible one, you get to post what you need and what you're looking for, and like-minded people, they get to respond with trusted recommendations and experiences. Who doesn't know how to use a phone today? Take a picture, take a video. We're all doing it day and night, but let's do it with high intent now. How does it work? So as you can see here, this is a feed. It clearly shows how your favorite website, social accounts can be shared with people looking for something. You get to create a looking for post in 5 seconds, and you get to share any recommendation with people as simple as that. So we are curating, we are sharing with high intent our trusted and liked recommendation. The traction is real. We have 500 plus beta users. We have amazing feedbacks and testimonials. Small businesses and creators are excited about it. Join us today. This is Trenzy. Download the app, and let's give the world a trust mode. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Abbas. 4 talks, 4 founders pitching that are building things that matter. Before we move into our next sessions, I want to pause and recognize once again the sponsors who made this morning possible. Thank you to Marks & Clark, Dentons, JDL Immigration, Northeastern University, Startup Here Toronto, and City of Toronto. Your support is what allows conversations like these to happen in the city. Coming up, we have speed networking and masterclasses running simultaneously in rooms A and rooms B. So if you registered for an investor speed networking, please make your way to room B. And the masterclasses are in room A, so first come, first serve. Just to make sure you guys know, we do also have a photo booth happening, so if you want to update your LinkedIn profile and you want a new headshot, you can walk your way to the photo booth. And lunches are also being served, and you're welcome to grab them and take them to the rooms that you are aiming to go. We will reconvene at the main stage at 12:55 for a keynote conversation. So don't miss it, and enjoy, have a great lunch, and connect. Thank you.
This is Jazz Canada on CBC Music.
breath within a song that tells how we begin. We called, you came, a gift yet to be named. It's how we start again. Your hand so small, yet still it holds it all. My life, my days, my soul. This is how at your sleep. When the birds begin their song, like a photo in my heart of you, I carry with me all day long. When I see your eyes, they look into my soul. The love we cannot hide, the love will always hold. When will you open your eyes? I know you feel the same for me. When will my eyes look at you and say you're in love with me? And when the day is over and the stars light up the night, our hearts rest on our pillows, we dream of us each night. I know that you love me, I know you do. You know that I love you. Come tell me. Come tell me. Come tell me. Come tell me. When will you open your eyes? I know you feel the same for me. When will my eyes look at you and say that you'll marry me? Kiss me with your soul, touch me with your heart. Come to me, my love. We were in love right from the start. Ooh, come to me. Ooh, come to me. I know that you love me. You know that I love you. I know that you love me. I know you do. You know that I love you. Come tell me. Come tell me. Come tell me. Come tell me. Come tell me.
You're listening to Jazz Canada on CBC Music.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a great lunch and were able to meet incredible people in the room. So please take a moment to find your seats. Thank you. We are about to begin the centerpiece of Tech Builders 2026. What you're about to experience is a live podcast recording to investors who have seen multiple cycles of this ecosystem from the inside in an honest, unscripted conversation about what it actually takes to build and fund companies in Canada right now. To introduce our guests, please welcome Susanna Vaz to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Susanna Vaz, and I am the Senior Manager in the Economic Development and Culture Division at the City of Toronto. And it's so great to see so many founders in the room today. As we bring this conference to a close, I would like to take a moment to recognize the incredible community gathered in this room. We have founders building ambitious companies. We have investors seeking the next generation of breakthrough innovations, and ecosystem leaders working every single day to strengthen entrepreneurship and economic growth in our city. Today's discussions have reflected on the conference theme of building in the new digital economy and the important role of founders, investors, and ecosystem players, partners that play a very important role in shaping that future. Toronto's success as a global innovation hub is built on the strength of its community. And what I mean by community is incubators, accelerators, entrepreneurship organizations, academic institutions, all working together. Our city is home to a vibrant network of startups, scale-ups, big companies, smaller companies, and industry partners that help transform ideas into businesses and businesses into global success stories. At the City of Toronto, we are committed to creating the conditions that help entrepreneurs succeed. And I'd like to shine a spotlight and a special plug for our Business Incubation and Commercialization Grant Program, where we support innovation hubs within the City of Toronto, who in turn provide founders with mentorship, business development support, industry connections, investor networks, and opportunities where they can scale their ventures. These organizations play a very important role in strengthening Toronto's innovation ecosystem and helping entrepreneurs turn innovative ideas into successful businesses. Global Startups is one of those organizations supported through this program. And today's conference is a great example of that impact in action. A huge shout out to Miriam and her entire team, who are working so closely with so many of you and trying to move that needle in our city to really demonstrate impact. For the founders in this room, I hope today's conversations have sparked new ideas, meaningful connections, and future opportunities. And for the investors and ecosystem leaders joining us, thank you for the important role that you play in supporting innovation and helping entrepreneurs grow their companies right here in our city. And there's no way to conclude our program here in the auditorium than with the conversation featuring two leaders who have shaped Canada's innovation and investment landscape. Our closing keynote is a live podcast conversation between two of Canada's most experienced investors. Together, they have backed some of the most recognized technology companies in North America. Please join your hands in welcoming Matt Cohen, founder and managing partner of Ripple Ventures, and John Ruffalo, founder and managing partner of Mavericks Private Equity. Please join me in giving them a warm welcome.
All right. Hi, everyone. John.
Hello, folks. Let me get settled in here.
How's everyone's day going? Good? All right. Who's cheering for Canada? Who's cheering for Italy?
Ooh.
Ah, a few. This one over here.
Not FIFA, but.
Yeah, exactly. Well, maybe we'll just quickly introduce ourselves again. So John and I have known each other for quite some time. And during COVID, we were pretty bored. And I started a podcast called Tank Talks. And I kind of duped John into showing up once in a while to talk about things going on in the ecosystem and politics and business and startups. And then sure enough, he just kept showing up and never knowing the questions, never expecting anything in return, just kept showing up and still doesn't know the questions I'm about to ask him today, which makes this really exciting for me. But maybe, John, just so our audience understands what you're up to, you know, your quick background and how you come into knowing so much about everything.
Oh, yeah. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here. I think, Matt, when you first had asked me, I do remember you saying, would you mind being my first guest? And I was like, oh, of course, I'll do a favor for you. And then the next week, it's like, hey, you know what? That went so well the first time. You might just do it one more time. Right. And then I started to see a series of emails going, hey, dude, like you're asking me every single week.
So I actually just didn't even ask him anymore. I just went right to his assistant and just inserted it into his calendar.
Yeah, exactly. So, no, it's a pleasure to be here. You know, as some of you may know, I've just been in the innovation space really for a very long time, going back to, on a full-time basis, back to 1992, which, aside from making me very old, I get to see, and I have seen, all of the hills and the valleys, and, you know, I see the repetitive themes that happen all the time, and I love it when somebody tells me this time it's different, and I like, oh yeah, sure it is, and it never ever is. But it is exciting and interesting, and one of the things that, you know, I'm most pleased about is I believed back then that innovation was going to be the path for the future of this country. I believe that entrepreneurship was really needed to be at the top of the apex. So still, you know, 36 years later, it's, you know, you're still seeing the fruition, and I see you all here, and it's exciting to see that you folks are really the future of this country. So thank you.
Well, let's double click on this time is different, because I think this time is different. I know you and I argue about this, but this time it really feels different. This week we just saw the largest IPO of all time, SpaceX, after 20 years going public, staying private and then going public. Already up, you know, I think it's like 80% since the IPO. It's trading around $215, $2.8 trillion market cap. The headlines are everywhere.
Yep.
First off, are you surprised at where it's trading?
No, because
really?
People are generally stupid as investors.
Oh, okay.
And, you know, these are the hype machines. The business, I think the Starlink business is a great business.
$20 billion revenue, 60% of revenues, yeah.
Yeah, you know, now, you know, you start to look at absolute fundamentals, and fundamentals do show up over the course of time. A business is valued on its discounted cash flows. No one factors in CapEx. In fact, the Starlink CapEx is not particularly egregious.
No, not at all. It supports everything else.
It's the other stuff that is absolutely egregious, and the math doesn't math. And, you know, you get these hype bubbles, and you know, over time, you know, these bubbles always burst. The question really is, you know, and it was really on a post-COVID basis, the world was awash in liquidity. It's no longer awash in liquidity. And one of the things that I had mentioned to you, and you're starting to see it, you know, we got 3 massive IPOs coming out. It's not like cash just magically appears. It has to come from someplace. And either people are going to move from bonds, which I'm not sure, like, that's not what you're really hearing, because people are also having anxiety about where interest rates and inflation are. They're moving it from other assets that are largely technology-related
I mean,
assets.
the Dow made new time highs today, though, so it doesn't feel like they're sucking it out from the other Mag 7 players just yet.
Yeah, but that's the Mag 7, but they're starting to say, wait, they said that there was enough capacity for SpaceX. The question is, add Anthropic and OpenAI onto that, and there's not enough capacity on
Well,
there.
everyone thought there would be around $3 trillion of IPO like market cap that was going to come out between the three of them. Well, SpaceX itself is $3 trillion right now.
Right.
So what does that mean for Anthropic and OpenAI
Well,
coming out next?
but you see what they're all doing, though. They're only floating a very, very tiny
The
piece.
float is around 150 billion. It's tiny.
Yeah,
compared to the
it's
whole thing.
tiny, and it creates artificial demand as well, too. So all I would just say is that you'll see what the real values are, where the market really sees it. But right now, it's on a hype machine.
I'll tell you what's interesting. There were, I counted it this morning, I think there was 9 ETFs listed today on top of the options that we're trading that were tied just to SpaceX stock. 9 ETFs. These are like the bull, bear, inverse, 2X, 3X, inverse trading ETFs. That's crazy amount of triple layer traction that trades on the volatility of this thing.
Yep.
So we'll have to wait and see. I wanted to talk about the Satya Nadella post that came out the other day. It's quite interesting. If people in the audience have not read it, I highly recommend you read it, because it kind of counteracts everything that they at Microsoft said OpenAI would provide, which is not, what he said is not to rely on these frontier models to build your businesses, because they will become competitive. They will eat away at all the knowledge you put into it. And we now need to start creating more local models that run with infinite loops and reinforcement, and they keep that human knowledge back into the enterprise. How do you think about that when you're investing today? Because a lot of people still think that the next Anthropic or OpenAI update is totally going to disrupt your business, and you should not be building your business on top of these models as a wrapper, as what they used to call it.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the reasons why we haven't still made an investment on the application layer. So if you look down the AI stack, right, start from the application layer, go all the way down through the operating layer to the data center, down to the chipsets, all the way down to the earth and the substrate of the materials. Canada really has nothing, unfortunately, and I think, you know, the issue that you're describing is, where is your choke point? Where is your moat? And one of the concerns that we have had, at least today, is most application layer businesses are so reliant upon the underlying LLM. Now, they compensate that by saying, well, we can switch in, we can switch out, which is fine. But are you still really reliant upon it? I will tell you, I had we had a near-death experience with one of my large investments over a decade ago at OMERS called Hootsuite, which is still around and thriving. Hootsuite's fundamental mistake, which we knew at the time of making the investment, it was the single biggest risk, but we put it into remote category as it was built on top of the social media platforms. Very similar analogy. And because there was a number of different social media platforms, we thought that that distributed model, and
It de-risked it.
It de-risked it. And then what started to happen, the consolidation started happening. And the first, the tax man cometh, and it was Twitter at the time. And Twitter basically said, you want access to our APIs? You'll pay a 30% gross receipts tax on the revenues. The margin wasn't 30%, right? And now we ended up doing a workaround on the solution. It was very difficult. It degraded the product. But that moment there really said to me the same thing that Satya said. Do not build your business so that somebody will come calling, particularly where they start to become monopolistic. And the unusual thing in this situation on the LLMs is, and you and I had talked about this, 3 or 4 years ago, when there is digital infrastructure and it's magically always this rule of 3 almost always applies. There's 3 telecom companies, 3 automakers.
Railway companies.
Railways, like airlines, et cetera. And we said there was going to be 3 LLMs. And at the time, the funniest part was, I said it was Microsoft / OpenAI. I thought number 2 was going to be Google before it was called Gemini. And number 3 was a big question mark. Is it Anthropic? Is it Mistral? Was it Cohere? What have you? But what's interesting about it is that I said Microsoft / OpenAI because Microsoft really was the one running the show. So I find it absolutely fascinating at the moment that divorce has really occurred.
It is interesting.
Now he shoots them
well,
in
it's
the
interesting
head.
because Salesforce just acquired Intercom / Fin, which for people who don't know, Intercom was this customer service agent that you can talk to through websites.
Like Ada.
Like Ada. But they went through a quick and hard pivot, what you just said, where they did not want to be tied to one model provider. What they ended up doing was they went open source and they started using different models for pre-programmed responses so that their inference costs would go down. You're talking about Kimi, and Qwen and these Chinese models. And that's why Salesforce bought them, because they're not reliant on all these one model providers. And I think your lesson from Hootsuite is actually being played out now because startups are getting smarter by not using inference for full suite inference. What they're doing is they're living on the edge and they're doing pre-programmed problem solving on the edge of compute so that they don't need to send all the packets of data over to the servers to get the full inference back when they only need 10% solved by frontier models. Because 90% of the workload right now can be solved with these smaller models that live on the edge, and that saves 85% of inference costs.
And you're not forwarding the data, and you're not forwarding the data.
So that question then begs, what's going to happen to these inference model companies? What's going to happen to their high revenue businesses when people don't need them for all the things they offer?
Well, I'd say high revenue businesses that make no dollars, burning endlessly. The unit economics are horrible. The unit economics, this is why I just said I was very, very negative on the LLMs. I still am. They need a business that actually drives their unit economics. Their businesses, the pricing is all subsidized by venture capitalists. What is the true pricing that somebody's actually
I think we saw it this week with Fable. I mean, when Fable was out for a hot second, everybody's usage went up like crazy, ours included. In fact, there was an article that said a startup did not turn off their usage limits, and they had a $500 million overusage bill. $500 million, $500 million in overusage charges because they didn't put limits on their individual accounts for their employees. Now, we hit our limits very quickly, and we just waited for them to reset. But what we figured out was if you switch to a Max 20 plan, which is a subscription plan, it works out way better than having the overcharges go through at the end of the day. So everyone was starting to switch to Max 20 plans. So it's very interesting what you say, that the model does not work from an economic standpoint. But from a value standpoint, it is still very valuable.
Well, absolutely, but yes. So, but the real question in my mind is, they're trying to act monopolistic. So, which means there might be 2 or 3 players. I think there'll be the 3. I think Anthropic is the one. The one that I was actually betting on originally, if you remember, was Llama from Meta.
What? What's Llama?
Exactly. Nobody remembers.
Llama?
Now it's a new name.
It's a new name.
But what did they go after? They said they were going to be the only...
open source.
Only open source, and they
I
failed.
do believe, though, when you see the U.S. government step in and intervene and shut something down, it does bring a lot more questions to bear about, one, the power of these things, which we believe is real. I think even we know Mythos can do some pretty crazy stuff. How sovereign countries like Canada
sovereignty is the issue.
need to have their own models as well. So let me ask you that. Where do you think Canada sits right now in its own AI build-out from the model, infrastructure, energy supply chain side, because it feels like we're playing yesterday's game today, while the US and the rest of the world is playing tomorrow's game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a really tough battle here. So I think there's only two countries in the world that can actually build the full sovereign stack. It's the US and China, and no one else can do it. If you ever, and you could search this, I have the document. It's China's strategy to build this stack, and it started about 20 years ago. It was quite fascinating. Now, they didn't fully build it out originally, but they were very, very intentional, right from literally the substrate up, in building a full stack, because they anticipated that China and the United States will go to war, and they didn't want to be beholden to the United States, which leaves everybody else in the lurch. I think what the answer is going to be is, even though I talk about, AI sovereignty, the truth of the matter is there is full sovereignty and partial sovereignty. And I don't get into that nuance, but what Canada needs to do is find its spots in the chain. And again, I mentioned to you, the truth of the matter is Canada does not have any choke points. There are some very limited choke points, particularly at the chipset level and at the mineral level, but that's about it. And what Canada's going to have to do is align with our allies. And I use the term allies intentionally because between countries, there's no such thing as friends. It doesn't exist. We feel hurt that the Americans are no longer our friends. Well, that's not true. No one ever is. But the allies have a strategic purpose together, like going to war. What we're going to have to see is various countries trying to focus in on the different elements of their stack and aligning standards so that there's interoperable standards. And the collection of those countries is what's going to go up against the US or China, and that's going to be the only way out.
You say going to war, though. I mean, I think when you say the word war, you mean like actual, like defense war. I think we're in an economic war, though. With the US.
We're definitely in an economic war.
So we should be playing pretty hard on our own strategy as well. So let's talk about the AI strategy.
And it could be and by the way, it could be a physical war.
Yeah, it could be a physical. Let's not go there
But I did
today.
mean an
We're
economic
at CBC
war.
Studios. Let's not talk about that stuff right now, okay? Let's talk about the AI strategy, though, that came out from the government recently. You've talked to Evan Solomon. You've talked to a lot of people in the government. What did you think about the AI strategy at first blush? Because BDC came out with a report that said Canadian small businesses, medium-sized businesses who adopt AI could add $150 billion to the economy, equivalent to a 6% boost to GDP.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So I will not keep reading the rest of the stuff that they said, because you and I both know the value of AI and what it can do. But the policy that came out in supporting of what it should be doing in Canada kind of felt like it missed the mark. And we talked about this.
Yeah. I mean, like, I see what they were trying to do. So the good news is we finally got something.
Yes.
Really long overdue. There was some good objectives that they stated. Kind of unclear how we're going to get there. A lot of laundry list, and this is where I started getting a little antsy, is when you go through it, I recommend you reading it, there's lots of good stuff for everyone. Well, when you look to see the preamble, it's really about AI for everyone. And this is the challenge and the trade-off that I think that they're really struggling with. And I get it. As tech guys, we want to go fast and see where it takes us and stuff. Well, let's look at the other side of the coin. People are terrified at job losses. People are terrified at, privacy and surveillance, and they're terrified of impact to their children and education. There's and this is the one thing that I hate about what we do. Every single technology that we look like is always two sides of the coin. We love drones, and yet drone warfare is what's killing people indiscriminately. And the real question on here, just like what you had said, if this technology is as powerful as it's being played out to be, in the wrong hands, that could be horrible as well, too. So when you read the document, they were really trying to appease everybody in there, because that's the complicated part. The issue or the result, though, is that it looks like a laundry list of ideas. And I said to Evan, look, I don't dispute a number of the ideas and objectives, but which one are you putting the pedal on here? Because what will happen is, when you're trying to do this, there's always tension between the two, but you're going to have, under stress, which pedal do you push?
I fundamentally disagree that in technology, investments and investing or building technologies, it's always a double-edged sword.
I will tell you every single one.
But
give me
on what percentage, though?
Doesn't
That's
matter.
the point. So no, like if you have a technology like a car creation, okay,
Yeah.
self-driving cars.
Yep.
You're going to say that, well, of course that car is going to kill someone, but if you look at the data, the percentage likelihood of that car killing someone versus all the drunk drivers and other human error out there
no
as well
question.
means you'll never do anything. And I think that's the problem with these policies, is that they are looking at everything as a double-sided coin, equally 50-50, where in fact it's like 1 to 2% on the negative side, 98% on the positive side, and they give equal weighting to both.
Yeah, but here is the challenge in that analogy. I agree with that. But the 98% say on the good is fine. The 2%
Destroys everything.
could destroy everything. That's the problem, right? So when you have technologies like this, and again, who knows?
I'm not saying to ignore it. I'm just saying not to give it the same equivalency.
Yeah, well, I don't know, because from the population perspective, and this is where the issue is going to be, we already have a polarization of income and wealth.
Yeah.
The United States has hit its absolute all-time peak. It was, I'm going to get the stats wrong, 1% owns 60% of the wealth in the United States now.
Yeah.
You literally see this line. So what happens is, and this was one of the evolutions about 3 decades ago. I wrote this back when I was, back in my early consulting days. And it was around taxation. In fact, it was the movement of dollars and capital away from human labor to machine labor, and I started asking the question, how does your taxation keep up with that? Because all of our taxation is largely based on human labor.
Yeah, it's going to tax the machine labor.
What happens?
Yeah.
But then if you tax machine, that's taxing capital, which is anti-innovation.
But you're taxing the revenue that generates from that machine, so it's almost still being taxed.
Yeah, but what happens?
It's just delayed.
But what happens is that when the shift of the wealth moves from the worker to the owner of, so you end up in the situation where you have a trillionaire, a single trillionaire, and let's just pretend, what is better for the economy? A single trillionaire or
100,000
or 10 million people with this is the dichotomy.
So let's jump into it, because we have some questions from people in the audience that I have up here, so please continue submitting your questions on the slide. I'm going to bring them up now. One of the questions was, how should the government address low trust in AI adoption in Canada beyond building, AI know-how, which all like the jobs and stuff, in this new AI strategy? Like, how do you design the strategy to build trust in AI if you were doing it?
Yeah, I know. Well, I think this was what was discussed, and they used the word, it needs to be trusted. Where you go too far is, there's talk, do you ban, 16-year-olds and under from using AI? Well, I think that's a really dumb idea, because how are they going to...
proficient at it.
Yes. Now, the real questions are, and frankly, the media industry did this. Let's just use media. So traditional media, where you had television stations, et cetera, you had, the regulations of things that you can and cannot do. The moment social media companies came in, they were very effective lobbyists saying, no, we're not in the media business. We're in the technology business.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
And they try to avoid.
That worked well for 10 years.
Right, and they try to avoid regulation, and look at the shit show that that's become.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing here. Is, we need the guardrails on there on what is acceptable and not. But here is the problem now. You see someone like Anthropic. 3 years ago, Dario was fighting hand over fist to stay away. The moment they get big enough, now, yes, regulate us to death.
Regulatory capture is what they're going for.
Because it's regulatory capture, right?
Okay. Let's switch to the investing side on startups and what you're doing with your capital and what we're doing with our capital, Ripple. I think people want to hear that. So first question, if you can go back in time to the dot-com boom, with the current knowledge you have now, wouldn't that be nice? What overlooked business would you have invested in and why?
Well, going back to the
that you saw during the early days when you were investing, maybe not dot-com-ish, but even like Omer's days. You made the bets on, Xanadu, which took a while to play out, but obviously turned out well.
Yeah.
What other bets did you see and miss out on that now in hindsight 2020 you wish you did?
Well, the one thing that I noticed, and I wrote a lot about it, it was a thesis that we didn't have back when we started in 2011, was actually the concept of trust. And you started to see peak trust to me was 2008 Google. Google search was spectacular in 2008 because you typed something in and it was magic.
It wasn't like filtered answers and stuff like that.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Like it actually gave you the response. And I want to say I wrote this in 2016 was, go to the third page because everything else is promoted. And this concept of trust. And that's what led my first investment to, remember DuckDuckGo?
Of course, yeah.
DuckDuckGo was really Google 2008.
Yeah.
That was the reason why we had done it. And we did this 6 months before Cambridge Analytica had come up. So that was a fluke. But that whole idea of what I said to you about technologies, making sure that there was trust in the technologies, because I think that I was so enamored for a decade with the shiny new toys that I really didn't appreciate, as I do now, the negative ramifications of so many of these businesses.
There's a huge tailwind happening right now in dual-use defense space. Obviously, we both have investments in that area.
Yep.
What would you say to the founders in the room considering entering into that space from a startup building opportunity? And how would they position themselves to be able to see investors like us, find their products or opportunities interesting?
Yeah, well, now that's rather amusing, this space, because we selected this space back in 2019, even before we had started in our original white paper. We believed that the world was going to discombobulate, the world was going to be a much more dangerous place, and defense was going to come right back again. But it's amazing when a government announces billions of dollars, and now everyone I see is a defense company. What the positive side of the ledger is, so the government does want to procure Canadians or Canadian companies. One big problem, there virtually is none in the space. It's been eradicated. And hence, they've bastardized the term of what a Canadian company is, and they defined it as a Canadian incorporated company with at least 300 Canadian employees, which basically,
any subco of a
multinational that qualifies.
But
I do think it's a great space if you're serious about the space. I'd say right now, what the government is telling me is they use the analogy and they use this. They said, it's like we're a pile of manure and all of the flies are just swarming at us.
So how do you filter for that? How do you filter for the flies going to the shit?
They don't know how to. that's
I'll
the
tell you how
issue.
I filter for it. I asked them, when's the last time they went to Ottawa?
Yeah.
When's the last time you met with someone in the D&D?
I actually ask them for what the product is, and it's
Well, I'm a bit earlier than
and
you.
yeah, well, I'm getting it at growth levels where
Right.
People have PowerPoints, no revenues, and want to raise a $100 million check.
So for us right now, we're investing in what we would call like deeper tech or non-disruptable
Yeah.
by just the AI models out there tech. So things that require deep domain expertise, going after really complicated problems, whether it's nuclear fission, uranium exploration, freaking rockets that we're building. Are you seeing companies early on, even at Mavericks, which is later than us, still trying to figure out their product market fit? And how are you able to dissect that because you don't know what's coming around the corner from Anthropic still?
Yeah, I mean, the issue, say if it's based again on an LLM, trying to identify the moat, and I got to tell you, 9 out of 10 times there is no moat. And if an Anthropic or whomever decide that they want to go into that business, they can. So that's not very interesting to me. But what I actually really do love right now is the renaissance of deep tech, in the broadest sense. Stuff that's really, really hard to do. Investors are typically lazy and they love these SaaS businesses where they can do all the math. But now they're actually having to start to actually invest in the technological moats. And I find that quite exciting. It's providing a bit of an industrial renaissance. We invested a year ago in Kepler, and being there, watching it launch and launching the satellites in the sky, like that wasn't normal, 5 years ago.
Right.
And now people are starting to realize these are where the moats are, and Canada's back to actually building stuff.
So tell us about the conversations you're having in the boardroom with some of the CEOs of the pension funds you speak with, CEOs of the banks and insurance companies, on where they are at in their AI adoption curve, how they think about working with startups or incumbents, and how founders here in the audience should think about positioning themselves to get in front of these large institutions if they are willing to take risk on adopting technologies that are coming out of startups.
Yeah, I think that, the large capital pools really only care about when the company is more mature. They're basically not interested in very early stage opportunities, not because they don't necessarily believe in them, but they use this analogy, always drives me nuts, goes, the amount of work that we got to do to make
I think that's changed for us, John. We have companies right now working with the biggest banks and private equity firms in the world, and these companies only launched 4 months ago.
Yeah, but what's the check size?
What do you mean?
What's the check size that they're asking for?
$1 million for a pilot for 6 months? It's big.
As an investor?
No, to just use the technology.
Oh, to use it, yeah, no, I'm talking as an investor.
An investor,
per se.
yeah. The investors are probably going to go through us or you to get access to this exposure before they
that's exactly.
invest directly. Okay.
Yeah. No, if you're talking about their own use, I think that they're still in the experimental stage for sure.
Sandbox.
They're just starting to hire AI-related folks to look at improving their operations. I was talking more on their deployment side of the business. I would say it's still rather rudimentary. When you hear large capital pools talking about investing in Canada, ask the next question. The next question is specifically what asset classes you're talking about. And that's when you get the real answer.
Well, that's where this headline, JP Morgan came out with saying they have $1.5 trillion to invest in Canada, which is not true.
Yeah.
They have $1.5 trillion to invest in several countries outside of the US to support the businesses. JP Morgan has a large presence here in Canada, but it is interesting to see JP Morgan, the largest bank in the world, saying that they are still going to be putting billions of dollars into the Canadian economy. Of the $1.5 trillion, I think I read they have only deployed around $300 billion. So they still have a ways to go. But what do you think the government and sort of institutions can do to attract more foreign direct investment into Canada? We have this Carney Summit coming up in September.
Yep.
You talk to a lot of people around the world. What are they saying about the opportunities they're seeing in Canada?
I would say, again, specifically on the asset class, if you were to ask Carney and his team, what do they mean by investments? They will jump to old economy infrastructure.
Still.
Absolutely. It's ports, it's pipelines, it's bridges, it's tunnels, it's that.
That's their AI strategy.
But that's the investment. That's
I
the
almost got you to say it.
yeah. But that's the investment strategy. And I was with them a couple of weeks ago, as you know, and said, guys, where's all the digital economy infrastructure? And it was like, oh yeah, right. We never thought about that stuff.
What do you think about the data center build-out problem here? Like, we're building data centers.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to be needed when we have more of them in space soon? I mean, you're funding Kepler.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Do you need both?
Yeah, you need both. You need both. Like, the great thing so Kepler has 40 NVIDIA GPUs spinning right now.
Not a lot.
Not a lot,
Not
but,
as big as Colossus.
it's more than zero.
Yes,
it's
it's
more
true.
than zero. And right now it's zero on other folks. And we already are computing the first global app right now on global wildfire protection. You can't do that on Earth.
Right.
So those applications that are unique to have the vantage point, Earth observation, there's a new category that you're going to hear. It's going to be the vernacular. It's called ISR services. And that means intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance. It's only from satellite compute that you're going to see all warfare is going to be based on this. And you'll be able to detect anything, including drones, moving from above the water up to, I can't remember what certain limit in the sky. And you can't do that on the ground.
No, it's incredible what Kepler's built, and you
Right.
introduced us to the Founder Arena, where we'd be able to see the offices and the satellite facility right here in the East End or the West
Yeah.
End of Toronto. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. Let's switch gears a bit to the Canadian ecosystem here. John, you spent years building globally competitive businesses out of Canada. Be honest with this room. In 2026, is staying in Canada to build a patriotic endeavor, or is it a financial mistake?
Well, I'm patriotic, but it doesn't mean I'm stupid. Financially, if the right, and I say it's more coincidental. I look to see our raw materials, our talent, our ecosystem, et cetera. I brought for a dinner up. It was interesting. He was the youngest CEO in Silicon Valley for a long time. He was the CEO of Cadence Design System. This guy he's 70 years old now, but 50 years in the semi space. Everybody knows him. He was on the board of Adobe, all of these, but he's one of the kings in there. And we do these entrepreneurial dinners, and he was the only one from the Valley. And I opened up the conversation. I said, what do you think about Canada and the Toronto ecosystem? And he basically said, you guys are nuts. He goes, it is so spectacular here.
Why are you hating yourself
guys
so much?
complain. It's so good. The guy, he now has built a company in Ottawa. And he goes, and he flies here every 2 weeks, and he goes knock it off. And these are the who's who of the,
Sure.
many
Yeah.
of the entrepreneurs are in that room there. And they were even taken aback. So I think that, what we're really missing here, honestly, is confidence and ambition.
Sure.
And, we get that back on there.
Thank you.
The rest of, thank you for the single clap. All right, that's even better.
Listen, I just want to elaborate on that point. So we just sold 2 companies in the last quarter, one to a large private equity U.S. firm and one to a public company, Motorola. We're really good at starting great technology companies here. We're really bad at scaling them and keeping them here.
That's the issue.
And that's the issue.
That's the issue.
So should we just accept that we're a farm team for the U.S.?
See, I don't want to accept it, because if the moment you start accepting that, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, and it doesn't lead to a path of productivity and our standards that we have been accustomed to. So that, to me, is giving it all up, and you might as well move to the United States. Now, there are some people that will say it is more effective for me to move to the United States because all my customers are there, the capital in my space is there, blah, 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 blah. Well, you got to do what you have to do in maximizing the value of your company. I think, though, that a number of people, like, how many times have you heard this comment? It's always a classic comment. Those Canadian VCs are so conservative and blah, 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 they wouldn't give me $1. Yet, dude, it's because you have a shitty business. And they're going to go to the United States, and they go and they don't get $1 there as well. But you don't hear about that. I think there is some validity, particularly as you're seeking growth capital. This is the reason why I formed Mavericks. The whole was, once you started raising about $30 million, you were capping out.
Which is like a pre-seed round now, but yeah.
Yeah, well, now it's gotten bizarre.
But real growth equity.
But real true growth. We formed the fund on the basis that there was not a single player in Canada. That's a serious problem. And taking a minority stake where there's still, maybe not the risk that you're taking, but there's still substantive risk on that.
Yeah, for sure.
And so the problem for a guy like me, though, is I'm reliant on getting capital from the large capital pools. Now, if they're risk averse, we got a problem here. And I think this is the problem that we have. I think that, I'll tell you right now, our pipeline is bursting at the seams. My team's getting a little stressed because we have multiple opportunities. I'm in the middle of closing our next fund, but I've already started seeking U.S. capital, and my partner was out in Germany at the super return, starting to seek foreign capital. Yet,
it's okay.
Which is fine, but yet we got $2 trillion of pension capital here that has almost zero, not quite, but almost zero in venture and growth in this country.
Yeah.
That's the part that really annoys me.
We have 3 companies right now in M&A discussions in our fund, all with U.S. buyers.
Yep.
And it's hard to look the founder in the eye and tell them to go out and continue to raise capital, go on the journey, when they haven't had a big win yet, And so what we often find is for the founders that have had those, $30, $50 million exits, which is like the standard venture-backed exit in Canada, they're more willing to go bigger on the next one, which is great. And if they build it in Canada, that's awesome. So I don't think we should block it in a way that's advantageous to only us and not them. But I do think there is a part of the strategy around capital gains that you and I talk about.
Yeah.
That reinvestment into Canadian companies, CCPCs, after an exit happens or liquidity happens, will incentivize more people to continue to reinvest here. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, no, I think that's fantastic. But what the question that I would ask you, though, is when somebody's building that business, are they building that business in Canada with the view that I might be capital constrained, so I'm not going for it all?
Yeah, basically.
See, that's where
we've done it to ourselves, John.
That's where we get hurt.
We've done it for ourselves by giving them less money at the beginning, lower valuations, more dilution. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
And so again, you know the story, but say on Kepler, they were looking at only one piece to be a contract manufacturer like MDA.
Yeah.
And we said to them, I don't like that business. I mean, it's so why don't we build our own network, own the network, and then we create.
They were doing cost plus.
And it was like, dude, you know how much money that's going to be? And I go, well, I'll cut a big check. And it ends up being, they got to cut a massive check. But what's interesting, that fully verticalized strategy, and I got to tell you, there was 2 of the board members are Americans. They were getting frustrated, and they were saying, hey, pretend that capital is not a constraint. What would you do? And then he's like, well, of course I would do this. And it's okay.
Well,
let's
question
do it.
to ask.
I think that's what I say: ambition and confidence.
Well, you're an immigrant from Italy, right?
Yep,
There's
yep.
a lot of immigrants who came to Canada here to build. Do you think Canada is giving newcomers, founders, a real shot at capital and customers, or are we still missing the mark a bit on that startup visa program? What would you do differently if you could?
Well, I speak to a number of the immigrants that come in. it's harder than you think to get into the right circles, frankly. The innovation ecosystem is very clubby. I mean, you go to conferences, you see the same people in there. I think that when you're coming from another country where you don't have those natural networks, you are going to have to work harder. I mean, this is a great conference to have, but this is where it starts. But yes, is it more difficult? Absolutely. It was difficult for my parents when they came over. They couldn't get a job because no one would hire them, and all of my relatives are in the trades because that's the only thing that they could do. And I think, you know, our level of education now has made it technically easier, but I think we can continue to do a better job. I think, again, others say that the Toronto ecosystem is actually quite welcoming. Toronto Tech Week.
Incredible.
Was that not
It was incredible.
Like, that doesn't like, we
It was a full community-driven event.
Yeah, like no external speaker. So it's thank God that somebody came up with the idea of Toronto Tech Week, because without that, it was a little bit harder for
Yeah, kudos to Amita Golden and the team that did it.
Huge kudos. For
We have a few minutes left. I have a bunch of questions on the Slido, but it's just so hard to choose. If someone wants to stand up, introduce themselves, and ask a question loudly for John and I to answer, we'd be happy to do that with a few minutes left. So anyone want to stand up and ask a question to John and I? Go ahead.
No questions about
I
Italy
see.
not making the
Go ahead.
World Cup, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. The question was, are people, she's from the US, she's saying there's a lot of confident, ambitious people. Do we have confident, ambitious people here in Canada? Absolutely. If I could swear, I would. We have a company called Canada Rocket Company. John and I know the founder very well. Hugh Colias, he is building the SpaceX of Canada. And when he called me to tell me he wanted to do this, I almost hung up the phone on him and told him to F off, because I could not believe he came with such confidence and arrogance into thinking he could build the SpaceX of Canada. And he said, watch me. And so we gave him, a little bit of time to think about that, and he came back with his co-founder, who's a gentleman by the name of David Tenney, who was one of the early SpaceX employees who built the first Falcon engines to build this. And he said, this is my co-founder, he wants to build this with me, and he's going to bring all of his SpaceX friends back to Canada to come and build this company. And they've already raised over $20 million. They've got a huge contract pending with the government. They've got launch space, all these amazing things, and they only started the company in January. So the answer is yes. There are very, very confident people, and the great thing is there's talent that are coming back to Canada to build for the first time that I've ever seen, maybe even John. How about you?
There's no shortage of ambition or confidence on the founders, in my view. There's plenty. Like I said, our pipeline is the deepest it's been since we had started. Where I get antsy on the ambition and confidence is really on the access to capital side. I think that we are largely on a risk-off basis. So when you're hearing people wanting to invest in Canada, it's like, sure, guarantee me a rate of return, and I'll put money in. I was like, screw off, I'll do that myself.
This isn't real estate.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sure.
Yep.
So family offices are quite new. The question was, are there family offices participating in the innovation ecosystem? Yes, there are. There are a lot of them are our investors and John's investors. We know a lot of them. There's about 600 of the wealthiest families in Canada that are considered family offices. You got to remember, one, they've all made their money in real estate and resources, so very different than what John and I do. Two is they're only on maybe third generation, which is the generation that usually breaks. First generation makes it, second generation grows it, third generation basically spends it all and loses it all. So there is this sort of dynamic here that we're seeing, but it's also an educational gap. There is a huge gap in understanding where we are in our innovation cycle and the time it takes to see startups get to the level like they are now with the outcomes we're seeing, with the IPOs and stuff. And that time horizon is just not what family offices are used to. They're used to 3-5-year hold periods, 15 to 25% IRR, net returns, very, private equity, real estate, fixed income structure. What John and I do is just not in that sort of like understanding for them. So it's an educational thing. We're doing the best we can. It's called the J curve. That J curve where you lose money for the first 3 to 5 years, and then you have that explosive return at the end. We're still teaching them what a J looks like.
Yeah. And the other one is foundations and endowments in the United States.
Huge
play
supporters.
a massive role. We got almost none of that in
Vicky
Canada.
is an incredible educational tool for family offices because it's that first in, last out, the multiplier effect. So Vicky is a great program that the government has for families to learn about it, but they still don't know much about how it works. So, but great question. Oh, in the back there. Come to you. Yep.
And I want to understand what is the best way for family office for other countries to invest here, because I know that the future is really
Sure.
one, but we're looking for SPP or something like that to make it more easy for us.
Yep. I think I understand the question. The question, I believe, is how do family offices in other countries learn about our ecosystem and start to slowly deploy capital into the ecosystem? Is that the question you're asking? Yeah. Got it. Do you want to take this one first?
No, go ahead, please.
So we have a lot of foreign family offices that are looking to deploy capital into Canada and are already in our funds. What we have done is a bit of a different approach, though. We have tried not to convince them that we are the best fund manager for them to invest in to get access to the ecosystem. What we actually get them to do is to look at the ecosystem as a whole and present them opportunities across the ecosystem from other funds as well. And we actually get them to meet the founders and explain to them what they have seen in this ecosystem, why they have chosen to build here, and the reasons why international capital is coming into here. So we have investors from Hong Kong, Singapore, South America, Brazil, South America, Latin America, and where else? I think that's it. Maybe South Africa is the last one I'd say. But for us, it's more of an educational thing about how the ecosystem here works. We only have 5 major cities here for building of talent and ecosystem and startups. Let's be honest, right? So they're like, well, what's the difference between Vancouver and Toronto? There actually is a big difference between the ecosystems, and we have to explain that. It's in New York, San Francisco, same thing. So it's more about them understanding the ecosystem at play rather than just trying to find a fund manager. Does that make sense? John?
Go ahead, the next one.
Go ahead. There's a question here at the bottom. Go ahead. Question was, what are founders doing right to get answers for yes from us, and what are they doing wrong?
People have asked me on the successful founders that I've invested in, is there any thread in there that pulls together? And there really is one, and it's really on their purpose-driven mission of building the business. As you guys all know, building a business is extremely difficult. There's a lot of despair at many, many times. The results don't really show up, and you need to be passionate about the business. I always use this example on Shopify. Toby telling me, in 2013 or 2012, that he thought it was unjust that the artisan who would build or make their product couldn't sell it easily and had to hire a programmer to build a website. He just thought that why does that even happen? Ask Toby that same question today, and he'll give you that exact same answer. It was his mission. And no matter what, you just knew that he was not going to sway from that mission. So it's not necessarily the smartest, it's really, and although he is extremely smart, it's that persistence of purpose, because the number of barriers that are going to fall in your way are enormous, and 99% of the time, something will go wrong and something will badly go wrong. If you're really just focused in on the money and the result, you're going to give up very, very easily. So I would say that's been the one thread that's very, very consistent.
For us at the early stage, completely agree. The spikiness is what we call the founder has in terms of like how they think about their mission and vision and how they just almost ignore a lot of the truths out there. But also their ability to say no to things early on. We actually like to hear founders say no. It's like, why don't you go after this market? Or why don't you go after these customers? And when they say, no, I don't want to go after those markets because it's distraction to our mission early on, I respect that a lot. We call it like the red shiny ball syndrome. When they see a red shiny ball go across their face, they jump at it like a dog. We don't like that actually, because then there's just a bunch of opportunities that are going to come at their way that they're going to go and chase. And so sometimes your early customers, if you choose them wrong, they could be a death blow to your business. If you choose them right, they can accelerate you to building the right product for the future. And I think that's what Toby was figuring out at Shopify. I think that we have time for one more. One more, okay. Last one, the highest arm in the back there, I see.
I noticed you mentioned, Canada has no edge in the AI race, and there's no kind of frontier for us, but why not double down on what Canada has, which is infrastructure, like our gold, our clean water, our oil, our uranium, which is all necessarily need for these AI projects. I never hear this talked about from private equity or ventures. Why aren't we doubling down on this type of infrastructure technology?
So the question was, where we don't, I don't know if we said they don't have an edge, but let's just say we said it. Canada has no edge in AI, and we have all these resources. Why aren't we just doubling down on the resources we have to get an edge in the AI race? That was the question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I would say that it's spotty, but we're doing exactly in some of the areas that you're describing. Let me give you just two areas. So on the data center front, you're hearing about the opportunities, leveraging, for example, our natural gas, to power these. These are natural gas that are really just being burnt off of the processing of, or the refining of the oil. There's opportunities there, but I will give you a more specific opportunity. The fastest chipsets in the world is the actual wafer on which the chips are made. The most common use for AI inference today is silicon phosphide. So you hear about silicon photonics. So photonics is using the speed of light to connect all of the chipsets together. The fastest chipset or wafer in the world today is indium phosphide. Indium, it is a rare earth byproduct of zinc. Canada's got lots of zinc. So we are looking right now at, and by the way, that indium compound, it's a semiconductor compound, 98% of it is largely produced in China. Again, if there's a problem here, you can't make the actual substrate.
But the reason it's produced in China is just explain to the audience is not because they have more of it.
No, it's because
they have the tools to actually refine it.
And they had the willingness to do this because you actually don't make very much.
Yep.
And traditionally, part of the challenge was environmental because the rare earth materials would be in these tailing ponds.
Right.
There's been new technologies now to mitigate
Yeah, so
that.
what John and I are saying is that it's not that we don't believe we have an edge. It's that we don't believe we have the permission to gain the edge by a lot of the regulations that are put on us right now. And we don't have the capital willing to support these large projects that need to go out there and build before it actually becomes revenue generating or profitable, for God's sake. That's the problem I think we're saying. So it's a mixture of permission and a mixture of the capital willing to put the money in the ground and probably not see a return on it for 10 years potentially. And that's what we're trying to do, obviously, at different stages. But great question. I think that wraps it up, John. Thanks again for everyone joining us today. Really appreciate the talk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matt Cohen and John Ruffalo, for this wonderful conversation and for all your insights. As we are moving now into the afternoon programming, a few directions, okay? Pre-seed summit will be happening in room A. So if you have a pre-seed stage company or are an investor focused on early stage deals, the session is for you. It starts with a short presentation and moves into a panel discussion moderated by Dentons. Speed networking will be continuing in room B with a new rotation. The main stage will enter into a close now. We'll be resting, but before you guys move into the afternoon programming, I want to take a few minutes to close this chapter of the day properly. Today, in a city hosting the FIFA World Cup, we choose to spend the day talking about what it means to build companies, lead with clarity, and back the right people at the right time. That is not a small thing. None of this happens without support, and I want to acknowledge our sponsors one final time. Thank you, Marks & Clark. Thank you, Dentons. Thank you, JDL Immigration. Thank you, Northeastern University. Thank you to Startup Here Toronto and the City of Toronto. You have our gratitude. I also want to recognize the community partners who are part of the broader ecosystem that surrounds and support this work. VentureLab, Maple Leaf Angels, 111, Mars, and the Ontario Centre of Innovation. Thank you for everything you do for founders in this country. And if you're joining us at the CN Tower later today, be ready there at 3:30. The evening is yours. Connect, celebrate, and enjoy the view. On behalf of Global Startups and the entire team behind Tech Builders 2026, thank you for being here. This was a day worth showing up for. See you at the Tower.